don't know why I went there first. I jumped the gun there. Really? No bombs at all? There we go. It's been a second since I've actually played this by myself, so I'm trying to remember where the Monocle Rock was in this game. I know it's on the right side of the map, but I always forget exactly where. There it is. Which one was it? I can never remember. There it is. I'm gonna reset this tile, see if I can't get the Lionel on the left side. Oh, that's worse. Run, run, run! There we go. Take me, Jesus. Right, that was this shop. Seize it. There it is. Oops. Nope, okay. I think it's this one? Yes, okay. Dang. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to use a key. Now you give me bombs. Thank you. Would have been lovely, like, 2 rooms ago. Ooh, okay. Okay, well, now I don't need them. Thank you. Oops. I'll leave those there for now. Gotta love that stopwatch. Always the worst time. It always gives you the stopwatch in the worst possible time. I don't even really need to fight these guys, do I? Might as well. Yo, $5. Nice, okay. Man, I'm killing it today. Well, shoot, I'm just gonna go for level 4 then. Oh, there you go. Nice. I don't know when you said that, Hampton, but I just read it, so... I don't remember what this room had. Nothing. It had absolutely nothing. Come on. There we go. Nothing? That's right. I miss my wife tails. I'll be back. Once again, I keep getting stopwatches in the last enemy in the room. Literally the worst place for me to get them. I did not expect to get the one-shot kill on that one. Wait, no, I want to go down this way. It's a really exciting room right there until you realize that that's exactly 10 rupees. Fun fact, every single room where you have to push a block, the block is always going to be the leftmost block in the middle row. It will never be any other block. Alright, I'll go ahead and use this, I guess. See, was one of these the... I think it was the upper one. No. Or maybe I missed it. Yes, that is correct. $10. Lovely. I forget where the arrow shop is in this game. Or where they are. There are multiple. I guess I could try to go for Dungeon 8 right now. I've never actually done that before. gone for Dungeon 8 first. Because I think all I need... Well, I need to get the arrows first, but... No, I can't say I am getting that excited for the Switch 2. I mean, they haven't really shown anything off yet, so... Let's see, do you think I should go for Dungeon 8 first, or should I wait until, later? Because getting the magic key out of Dungeon 8, that would actually be really cool. Because I've never done that first. I mean, Mario Kart's cool and all, but, you know, for me, it's kind of a series that... You know, it's a game that I get when, you know, it's early on in the console's life and I have literally nothing else to play. Right? Alright, I guess I'm doing Dungeon 8. Hold on, I also got lunch, so I'm taking a quick break. Alright, that one didn't work out. Go, 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 go. Yeah, this dungeon's already tough enough when you have, like, Magic Sword and Blue Mail. I have neither of those things. Ah, no. Stupid bubbles. Ooh, that's huge. There we go. If nothing else, I can get the magic book out of this dungeon. Which, the magic book isn't that great, but, you know, at least I got something out of the dungeon. If I do decide to, turn around. Unless the, you know, keys kill me, but... actually, hold on. Let me go grab my, SNES Classic controller real quick. I'm gonna do a thing only us pro Zelda 1 players do. Take the second controller. There we go. And then on the pause screen, hold up and then press A. Well, let me put my headphones back on. That warps me back to the beginning, and it also gives me another heart. But at the same time, I think I'd rather go heal up at the ferry that's over here. Other side. Alright, off to a great start. Another 6 parts down. Alright. Ah. See, this is why I don't typically do this. In fact, I might see if I can't go here first. Which all this has is, this doesn't have anything in particular, and it just, yeah, that. Dang. You know, it's not worth trying to use bombs in this one, because I'm... yeah. I'm playing on an NES Classic right now. Be a real power move if next time I play this game, I played it on NES. What was it called? Classic NES. Excuse me, Classic NES series Zelda 1. Alright, that's one down. Maybe one of these will drop a stopwatch. Dang. Dang, okay. Well, those were all my bombs. I think I'm going to abandon this for now and just go the normal route, and go for... I guess I still haven't done Dungeon 2 yet, so... Or Level 2 as it's called in this game. Of course, now that I have 0 bombs... that makes level 2 significantly less fun to go through. Or, I think that shop sells bombs. I could buy 2 more packs of bombs and then try at level 8 again. You know what? No, that's... I've played this game quite a few times. I think it's okay for me to take a challenge. Right, so... I always make that mistake. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that they do something a little different for the Switch 2. Like, I get why they're just doing another Switch, but at the same time, this is like, from what, you know, we've been told so far, this seems to be the first Nintendo console since, like, the GameCube to not have some sort of gimmick, right? Nah. Gotta be patient with these guys. Oh, I still have it on Boomerang. You know, I get being a little disappointed with the no IR sensor, but honestly, I can't think of that many times when the Switch actually has used the IR sensor at all, really. Same with the HD Rumble, for that matter. Dang. Nope, that was a whiff. There's another room of these guys, like, immediately after this, by the way. Oh, that was... There we go. Ah. How are you not dead yet? I feel like I've hit at least a few of these enough, but apparently not. Ooh, ooh, that's... No! Okay. I should have used my potion there. I have a potion. Why didn't I use that? Alright, well, now I'm not gonna try that again. Now I'm gonna go for Dungeon 2. I'll be boring. But hey, at least I got the book out of it for what that, whatever that's worth. Right, it's... This footage is for my next video. I'm making my next video on Zelda 1. See, I think it was down? Yes, that's right. I always forget where level 2 is. Or no, maybe it wasn't here. Shoot. Right. See, I've memorized most of this map pretty well, all things considered. It's just, for some reason, it's just, you know, it's just level 2 that I can never remember the location of. There's going to be a bit of comparison to Modern Zelda in it. I've already finished the script for it, but it's mostly just a video on why I love Zelda 1 so much. Because, spoiler alert, this is my favorite 2D Zelda. Come on. See, you always look at, if you look at a map of Zelda 1, right? You see Dungeon 2, and you think to yourself, yeah, that should be really easy to remember. But it isn't. Oh, I'm definitely planning on doing a video on Link's Awakening. Well, all of them, actually. I just want to do them all in order. So, next video after this will be Zelda 2. And another spoiler alert, I like that game quite a bit too, so... You know what? No, I'm going back to Dungeon 8. If this is the way Dungeon 2 is gonna treat me, then... Nah. Of course, more bombs. Yeah, I love Link's Awakening. So I am eventually going to do a video on that too, and, you know, talk about why I love it, but... Oracle games, I've only played through them the one time, so I don't really have as much to say about them. I think they're fine, it's just... I think they're just a little clunky. And like, yeah, Link's Awakening is clunky too, but the Oracle games, they feel like, just, you know, from what I remember from playing them, Capcom kind of bit off more than they could chew with them, I think. Because, you know, they got a lot going on in them, right? It's just, for me, none of those... It's, you know, there's a lot of really cool stuff. You know, you have the whole dual release thing, you have the, you know, ring system, you have the seed system, all of these things, the animal companions, time travel, etc. The issue is that I don't think that any of them feel nearly fleshed out enough. You know, it's one of the... I really wish we did get a remake of the Oracle games instead of Echoes of Wisdom, because, you know, I mentioned it in the in my Echoes of Wisdom video that I think that reusing the art style for the Oracle games would have made a lot more sense than reusing it for a new game. But even on top of that, I think that there's a lot of potential in the Oracle games that they don't quite reach, and a remake would really do it justice. There you go. Ah, turned around. Ouch. I'll... You know, the GameCube could work. I think the easiest way to do it is just through NSO, but... I mean, the only reason why I'm not doing that right now is because I prefer using the original controller with this game, or at least something more similar to the original controller, and I don't actually own the NES controllers for Switch. There we go. Now for the real challenge. Oh, no, that's actually, I think, the room after this. But, I don't technically need to do this room. Oh. Okay, apparently I was sticking out of the doorway. It's a very crowded room. Oops. Dark nuts keep wanting to turn around. Do they have better color? I don't think I've ever really noticed that, you know, Game Boy Color having exceptionally great colors on them, but... I don't know, I guess it's never something I particularly noticed. Boom! Hit 5 of them at once. That was great. Ah! Run away! Run away! Oh, that was nice. Yeah, the Dark Nuts are definitely... I'm not sure. Either Dark Nuts or Wizrobes are the hardest enemies in this game. Either way, they're definitely something that you just gotta get practice with. Because I like to think that I'm pretty okay with dealing with Dark Nuts. Wizrobes are a different story. Wizrobes are always a pain in the butt, but... Ah. Well, there's one. Alright, just need the one more. Oop. That's bad. Come on. Oh, dang it. I was so close. I was so close to being able to... Man, I think that room resets too, doesn't it? I don't think the first one does it? Yes, it does. Lovely. Alright, well that was a valiant effort. I think I was one hit away from being able to get the magic key. Alright, back to searching for Dungeon 2. See, I think it's below this, isn't it? Oh yeah, the challenge in Zelda 1 is definitely different from just about every other Zelda. I mean, I think there are comparisons to be made between some of the other, you know... I don't think it's near, you know, as vastly different from later entries as a lot of people try to pretend it is, but there are definitely... you know, some differences. Like, for instance, I'd argue that, in some ways, Zelda 2 is a lot more like Zelda 1 than a few other, you know, than most other Zeldas, but, in other ways, I'd say that Zelda 1 fits the, typical Zelda formula just as much as any other pre-Breath of the Wild Zelda. Oh yeah, you're certainly right. There isn't, Zelda 1 isn't nearly as puzzle focused as later entries. The other thing is, though, it's more about. I do love the dungeons in this game, but I wouldn't, I definitely prefer the classic dungeon formula we typically expect out of a Zelda. But disregarding that, I really like the way that dungeons are structured in this game, or rather, the way that dungeon orders is the dungeon order is structured, right? And I'll go into this in the video, but I really love see, I'm trying to do Dungeon 8 out of order, right? And the only reason why I'm doing it out of order is because I know that the magic key is in there, and I know the magic key is a really neat item to get early, right? Because that just basically negates the need to find keys throughout for the rest of the game. And on a normal playthrough, that really only affects the player in Dungeon 9, right? But since I know I can get the magic key ahead of time, I could go ahead and just remove the need for me to get keys as early as, well, technically I have to get the bow out of level 1 in order to get it, but apart from that, I can just get, apart from that, I could go through the rest of the game without needing a key ever. And in my case, it's not going to be that big of a deal since I already have, I've already finished Dungeons 3 and 4, but, it's, still, that's, what, Dungeons 2, 5, 6, and 7 that I'm just not going to need keys for. Especially, that's great in level 7, because level 7's really big and complicated. Even though, combat-wise, 7's actually really easy. Alright, well, I'm back here. Because the only reason why I keep doing this is because I can't find Dungeon 2. Yeah, no, Breath of the Wild isn't even close to being like Zelda 1. Remember, these were the same guys who said that Mario Galaxy was, in some ways, the first true successor to Mario 64. That is a quote from Reggie Fils-Aimé, by the way. And, that's also complete and utter garbage. As much as I adore Mario Galaxy... Oh, come on! I love Mario Galaxy, but, pretending like it's anything like 64, or at least any more like 64 than Sunshine was, is ridiculous. It's a complete marketing thing. The only reason why they said that is to get people to buy their game. Because if anything, if I had to compare Zelda 1 to any other game in the series, I mean, I probably would compare it most to, well, obviously A Link to the Past, but if I had to compare it to any, you know, if I had to compare it to any 3D Zelda, it would obviously be Ocarina of Time. Because Ocarina of Time is the only 3D Zelda where, you know, the dungeon structure, you know, where you can do things out of order actually has a point to it, like in Zelda 1. I don't think it's nearly as strong as in Ocarina of Time as it is in Zelda 1, but it's, you know, definitely there. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, it just isn't. Breath of the Wild was made for the Zelda fans who didn't understand why Zelda was good. Or the ones who were Zelda fans in... Okay, I don't want to say that. There were a lot of people who didn't care for Skyward Sword and that didn't, you know... I think they falsely attributed Skyward Sword's faults to the Zelda formula as a whole, which, you know, to someone who... I don't know, it might have just been a time period thing where people were less really aware of game design tropes as a whole. But... I do think it was people just kind of misunderstood why Skyward Sword was so flawed. And I love Skyward Sword, don't get me wrong, but... the game definitely has its issues, and... You know... I just think that a lot of people misinterpreted those issues as being issues with the Zelda series as a whole that needed to be fixed. And I don't think that's the case. I would agree that Breath of the Wild is basically only Zelda in name. I think to a degree, you know, if you have a series, you know, if the next entry in your long-running series has absolutely nothing to do with the games that came before it, then why is it even a part of the series, you know? And, you know, it's, the interesting thing about it is I feel like Breath of the Wild could have been a lot better if it wasn't a Zelda game. If only because there are some times where it tries to use traditional elements of the series, but they don't necessarily mesh well with the open world genre, right? So it's less a matter of, you know, I don't know. It's kind of hard to articulate in, you know. Yeah, you're right. I actually do really like, I do like what they did with the healing system. I think real-time healing was a fantastic addition to the bottle system. I keep getting distracted here. I'm not sure if it being a new franchise entirely would have fixed its problems, but I do think that trying to distance itself from Zelda would have made things a lot better. Like, you can make a game similar, like, say that you were inspired by Zelda when making it. I think that's fine, but, I mean, it's not like Nintendo's ever, you know, it's not like Nintendo's unwilling to do that. That's basically what Metroid was. The entire point of the original Metroid was being, you know, what if Zelda was a side-scroller? The same year that Zelda was a side-scroller. Actually, I think it was a year before Zelda was a side-scroller, but... Yeah, you know, I still have plenty of life. As long as my life total is not 0, that means I have plenty of life. Beeping is annoying, though. You know, at this point, I'm just so committed, I'm going to get this magic key before I do anything else. I technically don't even need the magic key. I mean, as long as I kill these enemies, I could just go get the Triforce, like, now. I am going to use the potion, though. This is level 8. Out of technically 9, but I can't actually get to 9 until I beat the other levels. Oh yeah, you're right, Breath of the Wild sales were definitely, you know, the fact that it was a launch title for the Switch was definitely a major factor to why it sold so well. Okay, I gotta really stop, like, distracting myself and, like, getting too confident for that room specifically. I don't even need to do that room. Could probably stand to go heal again, but... yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's definitely an air of, you know... this is good because it's the way forward. Open world is the future crap coming from, you know... people from, you know, fans of the modern Zelda. And, you know, it's one thing to like open world. I don't think that an open world Zelda necessarily has to suck. But I just don't think that it's, you know... you know, I just don't think the way Breath of the Wild handled it was good. Let's see. No, Chevs, there is no way. I don't think that there are going to be any cross-gen games, at least not first party. I think we're definitely going to get some Switch 1 games. Like, Prime 4 was definitely, it was confirmed to be Switch 1, but, a lot of people keep telling me that, you know, a lot of people keep saying that they think that, you know, Prime 4 is going to be cross-gen. It's not. It just doesn't make any sense to make any game cross-gen, like they did with Twilight Princess or Breath of the Wild. There's Dungeon 2. Oh yeah, it's absolutely... I mentioned it in my Echoes of Wisdom video, I think, where he did, you know, where he mentioned the nostalgia thing. It is absolutely... It is... Honestly, I'd say it's insulting. You know, just kind of devaluing people's opinions like that. It's the same thing with the Zelda cycle, right? The supposed Zelda cycle that totally exists, I swear. No it doesn't. Zelda cycle is and always has been a myth. I'm not entirely sure what the next Zelda's gonna look like. I really have no idea. At this point, it's... You know, the part of me that just wants to cope says that maybe Aonuma will listen this time. And maybe we'll get a Zelda that's actually, you know, good. But it's... I don't think that it's... Realistically, I think that he's too set in his ways. I'm playing this on an NES Classic. Alright, should I go out of my way to get the magic boomerang? I know, Zelda Cycle has technically existed since before Breath of the Wild, so I wouldn't say that it was invented... it wasn't started by people defending the new style, because it's existed as, you know, early as Skyward Sword at the very least. In fact, I think, during the Skyward Sword interview, Aonuma actually directly mentioned it. But, you know, it's... I don't know, eventually Aonuma's gotta leave, right? You know, I don't think the series is going to end when he stops making them, because, you know, eventually someone's gonna die, right? But, you know, it really depends on who the next person is. You want me to get the blue boomerang? Because the magic boomerang is technically worse in this game. Like, they treat it like it's an upgrade, but in reality it's not. It's actually worse than the regular boomerang. I'm gonna get the Triforce first, but... No, I think that, a lot of... So what happened is... Skyrim released the same year as Skyward Sword. So I think for a lot of people, there was kind of a bit of disappointment where they were like, okay, well, Skyward Sword, you know... Skyrim's open world, why isn't Zelda like this? Hello, Mateo. Mateo? I'm sorry, I don't... That, Koizumi? I think Koizumi... Didn't Koizumi do Skyward Sword? And I think he also... I don't know, I don't remember exactly which ones Koizumi directed, but... Zelda 1 playthrough's going pretty well. I've been trying to throw my head at the wall for, Dungeon 8 over and over again, even though I'm not really well equipped to be doing Dungeon 8. At this point, I should probably just go ahead and do Dungeons 5 or 6. I think I want to do 6 first. 1, to get it out of the way, but 2, because it's right next to the It's right next to the magical sword. Matthew? Okay. Oh, Skyward Sword was... Okay, Fujibayashi. In that case, Koizumi... I forget, who did the, Capcom games? I forget. I do, Oh no, I've beaten this game multiple times over. This is my favorite 2D Zelda, actually. I beat this game at least once a year. I'm just doing this for footage now, just because, you know. Yeah, no, I love Skyward Sword. Or at least, I love the first 2/3 of Skyward Sword. I don't have an issue with a segmented overworld. In fact, I think that, while it's not personally what I want out of Zelda, I think for what it's trying to do, it does it really well. So I don't mind the segmented overworld as a one-off thing. In fact, I'd say that Skyward Sword is probably... if I were to rank all of the 3D Zeldas, Skyward Sword's probably my third favorite. Just after the N64 Zeldas. Let's see, Max Russell... the Wind Waker Twilight... We do have a Wind Waker sequel. Chevy, you're skipping over the better... Wind Waker sequel, Phantom Hourglass. Spirit Tracks is great, but, like, I love Phantom Hourglass. Hey, now, Zelda 1 isn't my absolute favorite, it is just my favorite 2D Zelda. Yeah, no, I do love Zelda 1. I just think it's a very satisfying game to, you know... Well, I think the combat's satisfying. I love the structure. I'll be talking about all of this in my video, but... I keep distracting myself with you guys. I need to learn how to be better at streaming. I need to learn how to stream better. I need to get good at streaming. There we go. Oh boy, you were on the wrong channel there, Crinkly Onion. I'm just kidding. I'm not You're allowed to like whatever you want to like, but... I did just make a big, I did just release a video last month about why I don't like A Link Between Worlds. Oops. See, this is what I mean. I keep getting distracted, but... Actually, I might try to get the Pole's voice here. So, my main issue with, A Link Between Worlds isn't so much that, you know, it doesn't follow the format as, the same dungeon format as, you know, the rest of the series. My issue is that it tries to do that, but the way it deviates from it, it doesn't deviate from it in a particularly well-designed way, right? It's... It tries to do its own thing, but it's still too married to the idea of being a classic-style Zelda dungeon, right? Alright, you know what? Oh, see ya, Chevs. I'm gonna... For the sake of time, I'm gonna stop doing that. If I weren't streaming, I'd probably keep going for it, but... Go into Dungeon 6 instead. See, I don't necessarily have an issue with buying one or two items from a, you know, a store. I mean, this game does it kinda. You know, you have the arrows, and the candle, actually, is probably a better example, but... That's just one item, one or two items, though. You know, in A Link Between Worlds, you have to buy every single one of the major items. Like, the only ones you get naturally are, like, you know... Hey, Joe. No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm glad I have an audience. I'll try to finish this game tonight, but if I don't, I'll have to stream finish it some other time on stream. But I have beaten this game in one sitting before. In fact, that was back when I actually streamed on Twitch. But Alright, I just have the blue one. I could probably save my money and try to get the blue ring, but I don't think... I feel like I can... I'm not sure. I don't remember if I've ever actually beaten this game without the blue ring before, but I feel like I can. Oh, that's right, Rhythm. I think this is... Yes. You know, I mean, to be honest, I never cared for Okami. I tried playing it. Granted, I played the Wii version, and it was the thing that mainly got to me was the motion controls. I just couldn't get into it. I only beat, like, the first dungeon or so before I gave up. I mean, it was... I could see why people like it, it's just it didn't mesh with me. So I'm not, like, overly excited for Okami 2. I mean, I'm glad it's happening. I think it's, you know, great. I just, you know... Right, it's this one. I always forget which one in the middle it is. Yeah, if A Link Between Worlds really was a one and done, like Spirit Tracks was, I don't think I definitely would not be nearly as upset about it. I still don't think I'd, like it. I just, Nothing? Okay. Now, to be fair, as much as I love, criticizing Tears of the Kingdom, to be completely fair to it, I don't think that saying, it... I don't think that the fact that it took 6 years of dev time is quite fair to it. Because, one of those was, one of those years, I'd say that, like, probably one of those years was, could be attributed to the DLC for Breath of the Wild, right? Because, they still had to work on that after Breath of the Wild released. So, and even then, plus, there's also COVID, that happening, so, I think, if you, 4 years is probably the, more reasonable number. I mean, I don't think that I still don't think that 4 year the game feels like it took 4 years to be made, but it feels a lot more reasonable to say this game took 4 years than 6 years. I like A Link to the Past too. I don't... See, my issue, I don't particularly care for the dungeons. Max, yes, I definitely would agree with that, yeah. See, here's the thing, Riven. This game did come packaged with a guide. Right? You were very clearly meant to know where things are in this game, to an extent, right? It came packaged with a guide, and it even came packaged with a map that contained about 2/3 of the overworld. Maybe more like 3/5. So, and that map did tell you where the first 4 dungeons were. So, you're definitely clearly supposed to have something akin to a guide in this game. It's just... that's just kind of been lost with re-releases. I hate Tower of Hera. Okay. Tower of Hera is easily my... Prior to Breath of the Wild, I'd say that Tower of Hera is my least favorite dungeon in the series. Tower of Hera sucks. I don't care for Misery Mire either. See, that's the thing. I love a lot about A Link to the Past. The dungeons are not one of those things. The dungeons in A Link to the Past suck. That's basically the one thing that's holding it back from being my favorite 2D Zelda. It's the reason why I like Zelda 1 more. I don't like the dungeons. And, it's... A lot of people talk about how... Tower of Hera has... Or, not Tower of Hera. A Link to the Past, like, started the Zelda dungeon formula, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, really. I think a better descriptor would be to say it was kind of a transitionary phase between, you know, the first two Zelda's way of designing dungeons and then the classic style later on. And it doesn't feel like it leans far enough in any one direction for me, right? Shoot. Dodongo's Cavern's pretty good. I mean, there are good dungeons in A Link to the Past. I like Palace of Darkness for what it's worth. I think that's probably the best dungeon in the game. Oh, that was just pathetic. You know, I don't really have an issue with the music, the dungeon music in A Link to the Past either. I think the biggest issue with Link to the Past dungeons in general is some of them are just way too long. Like, Ganon's Tower in particular. Ganon's Tower is just... Why is this so long? And it's you know, it's not hard to navigate or anything. Especially not the second half. Turtle Rock isn't bad either. Shoot. Oh, I absolutely like Ocarina of Time better. Ocarina of Time is the quintessential Zelda. Twilight Princess... I'm gonna be honest, I never cared for Twilight Princess. In fact, I'd say that it's probably my least favorite of all of the classic style Zeldas. So, all of the pre-Link Between Worlds Zeldas. In fact, honestly, I think I'd say I prefer Link Between Worlds overall more than Twilight Princess. I never liked Twilight Princess. I don't hate it, I just, you know... I don't know, there are a lot of really good parts of Twilight Princess. It's just, the problem is that in order to get to those parts, you first have to play Twilight Princess. It's like, it's a game that feels like it was made by someone who loved Ocarina of Time, but didn't understand why they loved Ocarina of Time. Right? Also, I'm sorry, the story in Twilight Princess, everyone loves, you know, praising the story in Twilight Princess. The story in that game sucks. Like, I think it also just has the worst story in the series prior to Breath of the Wild. Sorry, before Breath of the Wild, Twilight Princess was the one I liked. I had the most fun, you know, criticizing. It's kind of a love-hate relationship with Twilight Princess, really. It's a game that I really wish I liked more than I did. Because it's not, you know, it's not like an awful game or anything, it's just... I just don't like playing it ever. I like thinking about Twilight Princess. I don't like playing it. Also, Midna is absolutely not peak. She is a horribly written character. And I think that they try to make you feel bad for her, but really I never do. I think that, you know... There we go. Right, I forgot. This is actually optional if I went bomb to the right in the last room. Alright. Need to get serious here. See a Pit Shoster? Yeah, no, I do not care for Midna. People, you know, they're always talking about that, you know, Midna's the best Zelda companion. No, the best Zelda companion came the year after. All you had to do was wait one more year for the actual best character in the series. And everyone knows that I'm correct. I have never met anyone who says they dislike Linebeck. Linebeck is the true best Zelda companion. Alright. Ah! No, I'm not going to get the ring. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like grinding rupees. Even though I only need like 103 more. Okay, maybe I'm gonna grind rupees. Tell you what. If I get to 250 rupees before I finish this dungeon, I will leave and get the blue ring. How's that? See, there's, you know, one for you right there. You had a crush on Tattle? How do you have a crush on Tattle? She's literally just a dot. Like a floating orb. See, okay, everyone says that the Hero of Time is in Twilight Princess, and as much as I would love for him to have been in there, technically that has not been confirmed. Like, Hyrule Historia hinted at it, but they did not confirm it. Okay. I'm gonna reset that room. I think this is actually a trap room. Well, I don't know. there's something to be said for leaving it open to interpretation. I get that, right? But at the same time, I feel like there's an appropriate time to leave something up to interpretation and an inappropriate time. I don't think that was an appropriate time to leave it up to interpretation, right? Because this is more so a matter of like connecting Ocarina of Time with Twilight Princess. Because to be honest, I never really got the impression that Twilight Princess was supposed to be the sequel to Ocarina of Time, right? It doesn't really do a good, apart from like a few Easter eggs here and there, like the fishing lady having a picture of the fisherman from Ocarina of Time in the hut. You know, I never really got the impression that it was that the world was supposed to be the version of Hyrule and Ocarina of Time. You know, not like, you know, Wind Waker, which actually, you know, goes out of its way to make sure you know that it's connected to Ocarina of Time. Oh, come on. See, all of you joined as soon as I had finished with Dungeon 4. Which sucks, because that was when I was actually doing good at the game. I don't need those. You know, cleared all those out. You know, lickety-split, no problem at all. Now that I've moved on to the second half of the dungeons, I now suck. I guess they do kind of reference him. I don't think they mention the Hero of Time by name, though. Right? Or by title, I guess. I'm going to reset this room, because I think... What do I think of Minish Cap? I mean, Minish Cap's fine. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it other than, you know... You know, it's... The thing is with Minish Cap is that it is completely inoffensive in every way. It is a Zelda... it is a Zelda to play when you have played every other Zelda already and just want another one. Right? It doesn't do anything exceptionally right, and it doesn't do anything exceptionally wrong either. I just don't have really a whole lot else to say about it. It's good. It's just not really anything to write home about, I don't think. It's a perfectly middle-of-the-line Zelda. The best handheld Zelda? No. The best handheld Zelda depends on whether or not you consider the Link's Awakening remake to be handheld. If you do, then that's the best handheld Zelda. If you don't, then the best handheld Zelda is Phantom Hourglass. And I will die on this hill. Phantom Hourglass is great. Actually, I think... Isn't the magic rod down here? Actually, it doesn't... That's right. Magical Sword one-shots that. Wizrubs suck. See, I've only read a handful of the Zelda mangas before. I've read Link to the Past, I've read Majora's Mask, and I've read the first half of Ocarina of Time. Maybe, I don't know, they didn't do a whole lot for me. Of course, I don't tend to read manga in general, so I did it just because I like Zelda. As an aside, did you know there's a Professor Layton manga? Of course, I have to weasel in my love for Professor Layton in this Zelda stream somehow. There is a Professor Layton manga, and it's funny. It has almost nothing to do with the games themselves. It just in the characters, they're almost different characters entirely. They don't act like the characters in game do, but. Nope. Run away! I don't eat. I know there are plenty of, you know, there are plenty of people who disliked Wind Waker's art style back in the day. You know, Professor Layton is just one of the best franchises in general. Not just Mystery Series. I love Professor Layton. In fact, Professor Layton is my second favorite series just behind Zelda. I'm super excited for New World of Steam. I could not be more excited. I think there were 3 volumes of the Professor Layton manga, but all 3 of them, none of them were ever officially translated into English. But they were officially translated into German, and a fan translated the German version into English. So that's how I've read them. It's kind of funny, but, you know. No, I mean, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the lore behind Echoes of Wisdom's final boss either, but, you know, I think that's far from the worst part of the game for me. Everyone sucks at this game the first few times. That's the fun of it. I don't know why I did that. You know what? It's time to bring out some bombs. That did not work. Dang it. Yeah, Zelda 2 is definitely harder. But at the same time, you know, I don't know, actually, now that I think about it, I think as a whole, Zelda 2 is harder, but if you were to take each dungeon individually, I'd probably say that level 6 might be the hardest one out of the two. Out of the two games, I mean. Because both games, they're definitely difficult, but once you start getting a feel for it, it's not too bad. Oop. See, I really like Zelda 2. But I totally understand why people don't. I'm gonna keep throwing myself at this. Oh yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong at all. You do kind of have to play it more than once to really understand why it is so good. You know, I don't think it is that much of a departure from traditional Zelda. Or at least not Zelda 2, I mean. In fact, I was saying it earlier, I think that in some ways Zelda 2 is more like Zelda 1 than even A Link to the Past is. And even disregarding that, there are a lot of ways that Zelda 2, a lot of things Zelda 2 introduces that would go on to become mainstays, at least to some degree. Like, you know, the magic meter. That was the first Zelda to have a magic meter in it. Oops. I meant to have the bombs. Alright, let's see if this works. Ugh. Get out of here. So, interesting thing about the way enemy spawning works in Zelda 1 is that they spawn in a certain order, and it doesn't actually work out with this dungeon, but... I mean, okay, so Zelda 2 being a side-scroller, I don't really understand how that's such a big departure, right? Like, you know, it's not like it's the only Zelda to have a different perspective than the original. You know, I mean, Zelda 2 is a side-scroller, and Ocarina of Time's in third person, like a 3D game. You know, Ocarina of Time, you don't look, you know, it's not top-down either. Heck, Link's Awakening had side-scrolling segments in it. You know, it's... I don't think the perspective is necessarily what makes it so different. I think the most different thing about the perspective is just it makes combat feel a bit different, because now you have to worry about gravity in addition to, you know, spacing. Oh, come on. Okay, fine, I'll go get the blue ring. I thought maybe I could get this without the blue ring, but oh well. I still don't have enough money for the blue ring, but actually I think I can get... I think there's a 30 rupee drop right here. Yes. Well, there is money here. I don't remember if it was... Yes, it is 30. Okay. Don't know why I went out of my way to pick that up, but okay. That's it. Was it the middle one? Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, absolutely. And if I use my potions better, I probably could have made it too, but... In fact, I probably could stand to get... Let's see, there's 100 rupees around here somewhere. I forget which, where it is, though. I don't need that, I can just... Is it that one? No. Blue ring, it just, reduces the damage you take by half. It's like the blue mail in A Link to the Past. No, it's none of these. Great. I could probably stand to grind another 57 rupees just so I could get another red potion, because that'd probably help quite a bit, but eh. You know, okay, so first off, the 3DS version is perfectly fine. In fact, I'd say 3DS version is just the best official way to play Ocarina of Time. Easily. But if you really are committed to using the original version, or at least a version similar to the original version, I would say just go for Ship of Arcanion, if you can, the PC port. Ship of Arcanion is definitely... It's my go-to way to play Ocarina of Time now. In fact, last time... it was back in last May. I did a little marathon where I streamed all of the classic-style 3D Zeldas. That is... and that's the version I used. That's the version that I use for... I have footage of that version that I've used for my videos so far. Right, of course. This is back to this. And just like that, I'm back to 3 hearts. How did I record it? I used OBS. Right, okay, so since you're using a 3DS, you'd need a 3DS capture card, and those are pretty expensive. That's why I haven't been... I actually emulated Link Between Worlds for my video, and I just screen recorded that. But otherwise, yeah, just use OBS for footage if you can actually get a capture card for it. Because 3DS capture cards do exist, but they're really expensive and not worth it. That's why I'm glad I got, back when the Wii U eShop was still open, I got, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks on the Virtual Console there. So, I'm never going to need to use a 3DS capture card just for those. Ugh. I'm choking. Hey, Chris. To think I've been chasing after an optional item this whole time. Oh, I love playing randomizers. Dang. Oh yeah, I have original cartridges for those games too. It's just capture cards. If I wanted to get footage on them, I'd have to get a capture card or a 3DS capture card for them. And that's just That's just not in the budget, man. I already waste too much money as is on my own video game collection. So it's not a great. I don't think that getting a capture card just to record footage of 2 games is a wise investment. And unlike A Link Between Worlds, where I'm mostly willing to use a emulator for that, because it doesn't heavily use a touchscreen. You know, the DS Zeldas did use the touchscreen. They used it, like, almost exclusively. And that's just a real pain to use with, on a, computer. Or with a controller. So, it's, I'm, glad that I got the Wii U ports. Alright, so far so good. Killed 2 of the Wizrobes. And I got a fairy. There we go. There we go. Likes aren't too bad. Especially since I don't have the magic shield. Yeah, no, the DS Zeldas were never released on, they were never actually released on, 3DS Virtual Console, only on Wii U. Which was weird. Like, they were perfectly fine with releasing, Wii games on Wii U, but not DS games on 3DS. Also, I think I just completely skipped getting the, yeah, I didn't even bother to get the magic rod. Alright, I'll come back for that then. Hey, Gleeok. World's easiest Zelda boss. Or at least the, orange one is. Okay, or it would be if I could, like, aim at all. Ugh. There we go. Alright. Now I'm getting the magic rod. Should be easy because now I have full health. And an extra heart container. And I'm also not going the same way. Yep, come on. I mean, I could probably, it's not difficult to really get footage. You just need to, all you need to do is, I mean, if you're willing to use Ship of Harkinian, just use that. You don't even really need to use OBS or anything. You can just use a laptop screen recording. It's not difficult to get Ship of Harkinian at all either. Just gotta search it up. Perfect. Alright, now that I have that... So, fun fact about the NES Zeldas, and I think this also works with, Metroid 1? If you press the pause button and go to the pause menu here, and you hold up and A on the second controller, you can, go to the, save menu. So you could actually warp all the way back to the starting screen. Or, if you're in a dungeon, the beginning of a dungeon. I'm gonna be honest, Riven, I would not worry about getting a Wii U specifically for those two games. If you are really worried about, you know, if you don't want to, you know, emulate, I would just get a Wii instead and play the, you know, GameCube version of both games. I mean, you know, the HD versions are definitely the best versions of both Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, but I don't think that either of them are so much better that they're worth getting another console specifically for them, right? And it's not that much cheaper. Yeah, actually, I don't think... I think it'd actually be more expensive to do that than to just get the GameCube versions. Do I enjoy the Metroid games? Which Metroid games? Because I do love Metroid in general, yeah. Are the GameCube versions better? I mean, I think the Wii U versions are just better in general. Just because they cut back on a few of the, you know... I only emulate when I have to. Usually, I prefer playing on original hardware, too, or in this case, I technically am emulating, but only because it's a NES Classic, and that, I think that does do emulation. I don't think it's running natively. I actually don't know. I don't remember. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I guess I could go ahead and do Dungeon 8 now. Now that I'm slightly better equipped. I mean, Wii U version of Wind Waker also has Triforce Hunt. And technically, the only part of yeah. The only thing that really changes between the two is that you're no longer forced to pay Tingle as many rupees. And I guess also they swap the location of one of the Triforce shards with the heart piece. No, yes. I forget. They do something. They swap something around with the Cave of Ordeals, or whatever the Wind Waker version of it is called. Cave of somethings. I don't like that game. That part. I love. I actually okay. So I don't mind the Triforce quest in general. I think it's perfectly fine. I don't think it's nearly as big of a pace breaker as so many people say it is. But at the same time, like I really, really do not like the enemy gauntlet dungeons. And that is the worst part of Wind Waker for me. Because it's especially bad in Wind Waker because it's actually required in Wind Waker. That's what I mean by that. Alright. I got 13 hearts and a dream. Got half a pack of cigarettes, a full tank of gas, it's dark out, and we're wearing sunglasses. Oh, Sword Beam is so lovely here. Pew! Come on, keep walking into the bombs. I dare you. Keep doing it. Come on. There you go. Of course, now I don't have any bombs for the, 2 rooms from now, but whatever. Come on. Let's do this dance. There you go. Yeah, blue dark nuts are kind of a pain in this game. Orange ones aren't too bad, but yeah, blue ones definitely... they do feel like they take a few more hits than they should. I would like it if someone would drop bombs. Bombs? Bombs. Bombs? That's a fairy, that's good enough. See, I think that Twilight Princess HD is the best version of Twilight Princess, if only because the Twilight Realm segments are slightly shorter. And I think the Twilight Realm segments are incredibly boring, and I don't like them. Yeah, 10th enemy does have the bomb, you are correct. But in order for that to be the case, you actually have to kill the 10th enemy with a bomb. They don't... You know how this game is. It doesn't exactly explain things the way they should, but only because it's so old and, NES hardware limitations and whatnot. Earlier, I got to this room, and I only had one Dark Nut left, and I think I was one hit away from killing it, and when I died, so that was annoying, but, now I'm back here. Get over here. There you go. Magic key time. Well, once I can sneak past these guys. Magic key time. No, this is... I thought this was the magic key. No, that's right. Magic key's the next one over. Because it's blocked by the blue Goma. That's what it is. And of course, now that I went through this, I can't go back through the shutter door. Oh well. Hey, more bombs. Which is good, because I needed these. Worked out in the end. I don't need to kill this. I can just skip past it. This, however, I do need to. See, the thing is about Dark Nuts is that they're actually really easy if there are any obstacles in the room you're fighting them in at all. Because if you can just hide behind blocks, then, There's the magic key. Run away! Oh, of course, these guys are back. Ah, okay. A party-based RPG, and I mean, I guess. I mean, it's I don't really have anything to, you know, any thoughts on that at all. It's just, if it does happen to exist, then maybe it'll be good. I mean, as long as they market it as a spin-off, I would be fine with it. Yeah, you know, you are right. I think... I don't remember... I'm pretty sure Manhandle appears in Oracle of Seasons at some point. And then, apart from Oracle of Seasons, I think one appears in Hyrule Warriors. Right. Actually, what am I doing? I have the magic rod. So, fun fact about the magic rod, the hilt of the rod itself, like the actual rod, does damage to enemies. Like it acts like a sword. And it will stack with, it will stack with your regular sword. See, like that? I don't know if you saw that, but you saw there, both the sword and the magic rod were on top of each other there. So both will damage enemies at the same time. Now, actually, in this case, I don't think that's really that useful, because either way, it's still going to take 2 hits to kill each Dark Nut. But the magic rod, the hilt of the magic rod, it actually does the same amount of damage as the white sword. So, had I gotten the magic rod without getting the magic sword, I actually could have come back here and killed each Dark Nut in 2 hits. I guess they technically did do a remaster of this game on the Super Nintendo. Well, Super Famicom. But only through the Satellaview system. Which never left Japan. And I think it was actually more of a weird half remaster. Alright. I think I kind kind of want to grind until I can get a potion here, because this is rough. Four Swords Adventures is actually the only canon Zelda that I've never finished. And that's just because I never got around to finishing it. Wow, it's only 2:44. I've only been playing for almost 3 hours. Feels like it's been a bit longer than that, but... Give me money, I want money. There are probably other rupee secrets around here that would probably be... So many bombs. There's some money. Give me more money. More of that, please. See, wasn't there a... I think there's a... There, it's this one, isn't it? That's right. So there are 300 rupee secrets in this game, or at least in first quest. In second quest, there's only one 100 rupee secret, but I can never remember where all three of them are. I remember where the first one is, and that's the other one that I kind of sort of remember. There's a third one that I need to do a better job of remembering. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well go ahead and get the bait. Get that out of the way early. More like Microsoft trying to make good decisions regarding Xbox Challenge impossible. Right, it's up. Well, that last half heart would have been nice. Half heart? No, okay. Yeah, I haven't, the only two Xboxes that I've ever owned are an original Xbox, which was actually one of the first video game consoles I ever owned, and a original 360, which I barely touch because the original 360, I'm too afraid that it's going to break for looking at it too hard. I mean, I guess they kind of do. Well, I mean, there's not really a kinda about it. They just do. I guess I never really noticed that they do. I mean, the level 8 and 9 have the same color, I mean. Actually, this is perfect for the magic rod. Well, I'd say it's perfect for the magic rod, but the book messed me up there. The book stinks in this game. All my homies hate the book. Okay, well. Slow down. I don't need to kill you, but I'm going to anyway. See, that's what's also great about the magic rod. Since it does sword-type damage, but it's not actually affected by the bubbles. I'm not a fan of Hyrule Warriors. You know, it's not that it's a bad game or anything. It's just I don't like that style of gameplay. It's just not for me. Wasted a rupee to get a rupee. I'm not gonna bother with that. 10th enemy has the bomb. Sorry, someone was just texting me. Right, it's actually... I'm gonna go ahead and use that. Alright, 6 down, 2 to go. I'd like to get those, yeah, 47 more rupees would be nice, because, level 5 is the one that has, the first bomb upgrade in it. Actually, does this have a... Is this a rupee secret? Let me get this guy first. Yes, it is. Interesting. Oh, look at that. I have the full Triforce there. All 3 of them. Even though, you know, Triforce of Courage didn't exist yet in this game. Your services are not needed, Gibdo. I think it's here. See, this right here is supposed to be your first exposure to blue dark nuts in the game, or if you do the dungeons in order at least. Of course, I get hit 5 times by the last Dark Nut. actually, I don't think I'm supposed to go this way, because... Am I... I guess I'll go this way for now. Okay, so this is the recorder room. I don't remember the recorder room being so close to the stairwell, but alright. Right, I think... Dang. Have to come back for that. Give me money. Health is fine, money is better. Alright, well, another $5. So I got another hot take for you there. I don't like the GameCube controller. I think the GameCube controller sucks, and I prefer the N64 controller. I would also prefer to be able to hit these pulls voice. Yes, but I'm entitled to the right opinion, too. And the right opinion is that the GameCube controller sucks. And it is specifically because of, It is specifically because I don't like analog triggers. I think analog triggers are a stupid choice, or a stupid design choice for any controller. That is not a racing wheel. Yeah, I have tried playing a racing game without analog triggers. It's called Mario Kart. Even Mario Kart Double Dash didn't use the analog triggers. That's how stupid they are. Analog triggers will forever be a dumb idea. And they make every controller worse. Alright, no. Yeah, I only have the blue potion. Yes, more money. Give me more money. Mario Sunshine absolutely does not benefit from them. No, it does. In fact, actually, no, this is... I'm just gonna... Mario Sunshine, like, the way it uses analog triggers is so stupid. It is, like, I already don't like Sunshine as is. I think Sunshine is easily the worst 3D Mario, but, like, one of the big reasons why I dislike it so much, and, you know, it's the only... I never even finished the original GameCube version. I only finished the 3D All-Stars version, specifically because it lets you play with a Pro Controller, and with a Pro Controller, you don't have to use the stupid analog triggers to control two different ways. Just... what... I hate the way Sunshine uses the analog triggers. It's so dumb. Like, why would you make... how would you design... Who thought designing a game around that would be a good idea? Like, you hold down the trigger slightly so you can, you know, spray while running, okay? But if you hold it down all the way, Mario locks in place... and you can't move at all, you can only aim. How is that? That's just dumb. Imagine, because you have to chase down Shadow Mario over and over again, right? So you have to, like, chase him down, and in the heat of the moment, you have to think about, okay, well, I have to hold down the trigger, but I can't hold it down too much. And you don't really want to feel... Why would... just, why? Just... It's dumb. I'm sorry, mini rant over. Just... Analog triggers are stupid, and Mario Sunshine is a good reason why they're stupid. I do like Isle Delfino, yes. Isle Delfino is a great location, and that is about the extent of my praise for Mario Sunshine. Everything else about Mario Sunshine is stupid. Oops. I know there's resistance before pressing it down completely. That doesn't change the fact that if you hold it down too hard, Mario locks in place. It's just dumb. It's just the cherry on top of a game that already does not control well. You know, I do, I don't know, at this point, 3D Mario is really the only thing that I am particularly excited for the next console. Just because, you know, it's been a while since we've had a new 3D Mario, even if you count, even if you do count Bowser's Fury, which I don't. Well, I don't know. I kind of do. I'm not sure, but... Come on. I don't think I'm going to bother trying to hunt down the red candle. I don't know. Mario Sunshine is the only Mario... Well, it's the only 3D Mario game that I just call bad. Like, I like most... I think most of them are fine, even if I don't particularly care for all of them. Like, the only two Mario games that I would just straight up call bad are Sunshine and Lost Levels. Apart from that, you know, it's whatever. Is it? No. Did I just come into a dead end? I think I did. I think it's one down. Come on. This might actually be the red candle. That's the thing about level 7. Combat-wise, it is incredibly easy, but it's also just very... Come on. It's... The challenge of level 7 comes from the layout of the dungeon. Right, okay, this is the red candle room. Alright, well, guess I'm getting it anyway. Guess I don't have a choice. Yeah, 3D All-Stars is the only version of, the only time I've ever beaten Sunshine. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. I don't think this one was... Unless it was... No, okay, there's room right there. Oops. I will stand by the opinion that Galaxy is the best Mario game. Alright, where are you? Galaxy is probably my favorite non-Zelda game ever. I love Mario Galaxy. Alright, that's the last Triforce. What's my, okay, I have the blue potion. I'm not sure what my favorite 2D Mario game is, actually. I go back and forth. I think it's either, the original New Super Mario Bros. Or, 6 Golden Coins. Because I just have to be special. Right? I have to come up with the weird ones to have as my favorites. Alright, it's 29. No, you're right. I think you're right that New Super Mario Bros. Has been, you know, getting a little more recognition recently. I think it's almost like a 3D World situation where now that we have Wonder out, people are a lot more willing to be, you know, positive about New Super Mario Bros., especially the first two. And, you know, part of it is because, as I have made so very clear in my, my Professor Layton video, the DS is my favorite console, so I have a lot of nostalgia for New Super Mario Bros. So, you know, I'm not the kind of guy, I don't really like saying that I like a game specifically because of nostalgia, but in the case of that game, I really can't think of any other reason why I would like it more than, like, Super Mario World. Even though, technically, the first Mario game I ever played was Super Mario Bros. 3. I played that on the Wii Virtual Console as a kid, but... Let's see. Kirby's Epic Yarn's pretty good. I never finished it, though. I think it was the first Kirby game I ever played. I'm not a massive Kirby guy in general, but I remember enjoying Epic Yarn. The only ones that I finished a few Kirby games, but not, like, you know... I wouldn't exactly call myself a massive Kirby fan or anything. I did really enjoy Forgotten Land, though. I loved Forgotten Land. I actually 100%ed that one. Is it? I think it's to the right. Or is it? I never remember exactly what... I think it... Actually, no. I think it's to the left. I'm a little rusty on this game, if you couldn't tell. Like, I've memorized most of it, but... There it is. See if I can vaguely remember where everything was in this dungeon. I'm not planning on it. I've done Second Quest before. But no, I'm mainly just doing this for footage because for the next video. I don't think I need to do Second Quest for that. As much as I love this game. Oops. I'm sorry, my NES Classic fell over. I need to make sure I do not accidentally unplug this thing. Because that would be annoying. I don't think I need to fight you. Yeah. Ah, dang it. Kirby only survived World of Light because of nepotism. $5. Nice. Whoa. Did these guys ever return? The Patras? I don't remember. I might as well go ahead and use it. Gotta love that noise. Actually, let me see. Does this help matters at all? Yes, it actually does. I'm gonna try that again. I figured if there was going to be another game where Patra reappeared, it would be an Oracle of Ages, but... Okay, so fun fact about the way enemies spawn in this game. You might notice that when I exited the room and re-entered it, one of the orange Wizrobes, or one of the like-likes was actually replaced with an orange Wizrobe. And that is because this game has a spawning priority list. Each room has, like, a priority list in how things spawn, right? Is it here? Yes. So, like, it's kind of hard to explain while I'm playing the game. Come on. There we go. So, you'll see, there were 2 orange Wizrobes and 3 blue Wizrobes there, right? And I killed the 2 orange Wizrobes. If I re-enter here, one of the blue Wizrobes is replaced with an orange Wizrobe, which means that in the way that the enemies spawn, there's one of the orange Wizrobes is prioritized before the blue Wizrobes. So if that happens again, okay, there are 2 blue Wizrobes, which means that the 2 blue Wizrobes always spawn first. I'm not sure if I explained it in a way that makes sense. I probably did not, but... Alright, red ring. Nice. Do. Ah. Have I played Link's Awakening before? Yes, I have. It is, I'd probably say it's my second favorite 2D Zelda, just behind this one. I've played, all 3 versions, technically, but I only own, physically, the, well, the DX and, the remake. I need $8. Someone give me $8. Will you give me $8? No, you gave me bombs. No, you gave me a heart. No, you gave me nothing. Nothing. And a stopwatch. The world's most worthless stopwatch. I like to think that the Windfish helped Link get back to the shore as a way of saying thanks at the end of Link's Awakening. No money at all, huh? Oh, come on. Alright, fellas, gentlemen, I need $8. Okay, $7. $6. I still need $6. Gentlemen. Nothing? Okay. I mean, I'm not saying that, he didn't die at sea. I mean, they never really say either way, what happens to him. I keep knocking up. I need to figure out a better way to do this. Thank God I have not accidentally unplugged this thing yet. I mean, they don't really say either way what happens to Link at the end of Link's Awakening. I'm just saying, you know, Link saved the Windfish, right? And the Windfish is probably grateful, right? And the Windfish probably sees Link stranded there in the middle of the ocean on nothing but 2 logs, right? So, I mean, you know, it makes sense that, you know, the Windfish would probably help Link. You know what? I might as well go ahead and try to... Fun fact, you can actually control which dungeon this takes you to. Oh, I meant to... It actually cycles. So if you face right, I think, it actually... So every dungeon is numbered, right? From 1 to 9. Or I guess, for the purposes of the way that the recorder works, only 1 to 8. When you first play the recorder, it'll always take you to dungeon 1, right? Unless, if you face right, that'll count upwards, and if you face left, that'll count downwards. So I played it twice while facing to the left, and that took me to dungeon 7. So if I do this again, I think it should take me to 5? Yes. So yeah, that's a interesting way of how the recorder works. You can control where it takes you. It's not just random. Great. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Don't mind me. Come on. Patras. You know, I always think to myself that Patras are a really easy mini-boss. But at the same time, every time I fight one, I end up losing, like, half my health. Thanks. You know, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Patras are really... I don't know. I think they're kind of easy. But, like I said, every time I fight one, I end up losing half my health. Let's see if the... Thank you, old man. Yes, it did. You know, as much as I like to hate on Breath of the Wild. I did find it kind of neat when you're in Death Mountain. This melody actually plays very subtly in the background. It's nowhere near as imposing or anything, but it's there. It's kind of a neat reference. Old man should always come back. I'm not sure if I'd say always, but yeah, it's as a neat reference. It's kind of, yeah. I don't see why not. You know, every time I always looked at this, so the Wizrobe sprite, right? Or I guess it would be easier if I used the Wizrobe sprite. Like, so clearly it's supposed to be, he's wearing a hood, and you could the only part of his face you could see are his eyes, and then there's like a little pendant on the hood, right? But for me, I always saw the pendant as his mouth. Like, he's just making a little O face there. I don't know if anyone else ever saw that, but that's how it always looked to me. Let's see, can I respawn these guys as orange Wizrobes? Yes, one of them will be orange. Uh-oh, I hear Ganon. Oof. Let's go ahead and use that. I mean, yeah, that is... See, I don't know. I already don't like Breath of the Wild. Like, there are definitely things to like about Breath of the Wild. You know? I don't... I get why people like it, but I also just don't... I don't think it's a good game. I think it is a very fundamentally broken... Or it is a fundamentally bad game, I think. But I see why people liked it, and I do think that there are aspects of it that are alright. Tears of the Kingdom just... It barely... It refused to really try to improve on the problems with Breath of the Wild. And to be fair, you know, a lot of Breath of the Wild's issues are so baked in that you really can't fix them without fundamentally making a different game. But a lot of other issues, you know, they probably could have done a lot to fix them, but instead they didn't, and instead they just kind of added on top of it and doubled down on the bad parts of Breath of the Wild. Oh yeah, also, this is the last room before Ganon. So... Here's Ganon. So with a magical sword, you actually only need to hit him 4 times. There you go. That's Ganon dead. Alright. That's Zelda 1. It's about, I don't know, 3.5 hours? Maybe, yeah, 3 hours, 45 minutes. That's about how long how long it took me to beat this. It is a good game. Another quest will start from here. Second quest. Oh boy. Yeah. I died more times that time. Okay. Probably because I tried to do level 8 so early on. You know what? I might as well play a little bit of Zelda 2 while I'm here. I do need to eventually get footage of that, too. Ah. Alright, Thank you. I think Zelda 2 gets a bad rap. Which is like probably one of the most commonly stated things about this game ever. Zelda 2 is overhated. There's that one meme where, you know, everyone is saying the exact same thing and they're, you know, acting like it. Hard to explain it, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been working on it. The Zelda 1 video is going to be a little shorter, just because I don't think I could get nearly as much out of it. But, I mean, it's still going to be, you know, like, I want to say 17, 18 minutes long, something like that, as opposed to the 20, 23 minutes that the Link Between Worlds one was. You know, I started playing this now. Um, whenever I actually get footage for Zelda 2, for a Zelda 2 video, I'm probably just gonna restart the game entirely, so me playing this isn't completely pointless. I just felt like playing it. Because I like Zelda 2. What's the next one? Do. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely... I think Zelda 2... I think I understand why people dislike Zelda 2, right? On the surface, it is completely different from the first game. Oops. But at the same time, I think that it shares a lot in common with Zelda 1 that a lot of other Zeldas don't. And on top of that, the things that it does do unique are, for the most part, really well implemented. Like, for instance, I actually really like the live system in this game. I think that lives are handled very well. I like having 3 lives, and I like the fact that if you lose all 3 lives, it's a game over and you're sent back to... Well, I don't like how you're sent back to the Great Palace, but I think, you know, I think the lives by themselves are a really good... They're implemented in a really good way in this game. You know? You know, I don't know. I kind of fell out of love with Pokemon in general. I said in my in the video I made with Brayden, but I really like I think Gen 5 is the only Pokemon generation that I could ever really see myself going back to. But when I played Gen 7, I liked it. I thought that you know, I didn't really like the constant cutscenes, but, you know, apart from that, that's hardly, you know, a deal breaker for me. Just made it kind of hard to really want to return to it ever. I am glad that, regardless of what people think of Zelda 2 as a whole, I think it is pretty unanimous that the dungeon theme is really good, and, like, one of the most well-liked pieces of music in the entire series. You know, I own both the Pokemon Stadium games that were released in North America, at least. But I never really got into them. I played the first one for like 10 minutes, and it was like, okay, well, that's Pokemon Stadium. It's kind of cool. And it is completely because it was before my time. I'm sure it was mind-blowing at the time, but... I want to go out first. I might as well. Attack. I always prioritize going for attack in this game. Yeah, even Nintendo figured that they were onto a winner with... Oh, forgot I don't have downstab yet. Oops, okay. Yeah, even Nintendo realized that they were onto a winner with this theme, because, you know, the whole, you know, temple theme in Melee. Just in case. And, you know, as much as I like the dungeons in Zelda 1, and I generally do prefer them to the dungeons in this game, I will admit, the dungeons in this game are just significantly more intuitive. Ah. Run away! Run away! No, I only go for attack. If you go for anything other than attack, you're a coward. So, interesting thing about the way shields work in this game, for both Link and the enemy. Iron Knuckles, the shields don't actually cover the entire top part of their body. So, if you do a crouch stab like that, or a jumping crouch stab, you can actually very easily just stab the top of their head, even if their shields are completely up. Which I don't think is intended at all, but it's still kind of cool and a really easy way to actually defeat them. Oh, no, there's no way we're not having another Smash Bros. Like, even regardless if Sakurai works on the next one, which I'm sure he will, there's no way Nintendo's not going to, one way or another, make another entry in one of their best-selling series. Like, it's not gonna happen. But you're right, I am worried for it. I wasn't overly impressed with Ultimate, at least when all was said and done. I loved it when it first came out, and then once the DLC came out, I was mostly negative on the DLC, actually, especially the second Fighter's Pass, where the only character in it that I thought really felt like a necessary inclusion was Steve. No, I think I can get this. Attack 3. So I like... I don't know. For the most part, I was satisfied with Fighters Pass 1. I thought the first 3 characters were all great inclusions, and I wasn't too upset over, you know, Terry. Byleth I hated. I was one of the people who was absolutely annoyed, like, furious over Byleth. Still am to a degree. I still think that was a really stupid inclusion. Ah. Oops, that ain't good. There we go. Alright, now. I don't know, Sephiroth was the one that I was the closest to liking. See, my only issue with Sephiroth is, at that point, we already had, like, how many JRPG characters in the DLC? You know, we had Joker, we had Hero, we had Byleth, we had, you know, I guess at that point that was all, but I was, you know, that was the 4th, you know, JRPG character in the entire, you know, DLC at that point. I was getting a little sick of it at that point. Plus, you know, Final Fantasy, I'm sure, out of every, Final Fantasy, out of every franchises, out of every third-party franchise to get a, well, I guess technically Castlevania got it first, but out of every third-party franchise to get a second character that isn't an Echo, you know, Final Fantasy, you know, I could think of worse ones to get it first than Final Fantasy, but I was more so just annoyed that, like, you know, you have... Final Fantasy is such a massive franchise, and you know what character they decide to give us... The second character they decide to give us is another character from 7. You know? And I'm not a Final Fantasy guy. I've never really played it, but it, you know, it just kind of felt like a, you know, if you're going to go through the effort to get a second Final Fantasy character, why not give us one from a game that isn't 7? Right? Like, are you just afraid that, you know, 7 isn't, or any of the other Final Fantasies apart from 7 are just not popular enough to warrant having a character of their own? You know, is that it? Is it just, you know... Yeah, no, the only DLC character in... Okay, this keeps happening. I should probably... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, no, the only DLC character in Fighters Pass 2 that I actually liked was Steve. I thought Steve was a completely justified inclusion, and, you know... Everyone else, it just kind of felt like, okay, I get why you're here, but, you know... No, I'm sure that there are other popular Final Fantasy characters they could have brought in. I mean, I guess at the time, the newest Final Fantasy... What was the newest Final Fantasy at the time? 14? Let's see, what else? I know... I only tangentially know my Final Fantasy. Isn't Tidus considered a... well, a relative... No, 16 just came out last year. No, I mean, I guess, yeah, Ultimate is the one I... Yeah, no, 15 was the most recent Final Fantasy at the time, I think. But I don't know. I think they could have just. I feel like they could have added in another character than just Sephiroth, right? And like, I feel like the justification that they used was that they added Sephiroth because he was such an iconic villain, but um, at that point, why not choose any other iconic villain? I'm not I'm not a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. I would have much preferred to have Robotnik though. You know. See you, man. There we go. I don't know. I always got the impression that Sakurai had more of a choice in the matter than he let on. And, obviously my most wanted character, is a long shot, so I'm not exactly... It's not a matter of me not getting my most wanted character. It's just more of a matter of, I think overall the biggest issue with the DLC, in Ultimate, especially especially in the second Fighter's Pass, I think the biggest issue with the DLC is just there is such an oversaturation of both RPG and fighting game characters, you know? Actually, can I... Come at me. Alright. I think that's going to be enough for today. Oh yeah, I feel like adding a different Final Fantasy character wouldn't have been too weird. Honestly, actually, at that point, I don't think anyone was necessarily expecting or actively wanting another Final Fantasy character, you know? Um, I think it was more of a, you know, like I said, I wasn't really upset over Sephiroth. I just was kind of underwhelmed by him. Uh, and my especially since my biggest complaint with the DLC in general was just the oversaturation of specific genres. That's why I was just not happy with Sora at all. I was annoyed by him because at that point he was like the sixth JRPG character in the Fighters Pass. Out of there were only 11 DLC characters, so six of them are JRPG characters, and another three of them are fighting characters. It feels a little one sided here, and that's coming from someone who mains Hero. So it's not like I dislike JRPGs by themselves. It's just like you have uh, all you have all these options, and you kind of seem to have catered to a specific demographic more than anyone else. Like, I wouldn't even be nearly as annoyed if, like, one character, if they just replaced one of the JRPG characters with anybody else, really. Anybody else that wasn't, you know, fighting game character. And like I said, it's not me disliking JRPG characters. In fact, you know, next Smash Bros. Game, I would be perfectly happy to have Chrono in. I think Chrono would be a great addition, but, um, you know, that's only if we could, like, kind of limit how many we get. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem's absolutely overrepresented in Smash. That's why Byleth is such a. I thought Byleth was just straight up insulting. Um, but it's less so about, Fire Emblem in particular for me, and more about um, just um, the whole genre. Granted, it is there are subgenres, and the different JRPG characters did cater to different subgenres within JRPGs, but at the same time, it's that's still like, you know out of all, what, 80 something, maybe 90, I forget how many specifically, all of the different characters in Smash Bros. there are there is exactly one shooter character, maybe two if you count Dark Samus. At this point, I don't even want a new Zelda rep, because you know very well that if they add a new Zelda rep, it's going to be like Echoes of Wisdom Zelda or something. Um, well, I mean, I think I already have enough footage of those games for now. Actually, I do need to grab some Breath of the Wild footage, but I could do that off stream. It's going to take like 5 minutes to do it. So, um, well, yeah. I mean, I'd love to have a new Zelda rep in Smash. I think Skull Kid would be a great addition. Just the thing is, I'm worried that if they do decide to make a new Zelda rep in Smash, it's going to be from one of the new games, and I don't want a new character. I don't want a character from one of the new games. If we're going to have a new Zelda character, I'd rather it be from one of the good games. King of Red Lions for Smash. You know, Considering he is in Hyrule Warriors, that might not be the worst. That could work. I mean, if we were going to get a new Zelda rep in Smash, well, I'd actually rather they just rework Young Link entirely. I don't even necessarily care if we get a new Zelda rep. I'd like to see Young Link become his own character, as opposed to another Link clone. Because right now we have two clones of Link, or three different Links. All three of them play basically the same. I don't even necessarily want masks. I just want him to actually. Actually, no. Outside of the DLC, I think my biggest complaint with Smash Ultimate is the fact that Young Link has none of his Majora's Mask design. Like, he kind of, like, actually, his outfit looks like the outfit he has in Majora's Mask, but all of his equipment is from Ocarina of Time, even though he can't use that equipment in Ocarina of Time, right? And it's not like it would have been, so difficult to do that. They were perfectly fine with updating Wolf or Fox or whatnot. Why not? They had. This was the first time Young Link was ever in an HD Smash Bros. Game, so they had to remake the models anyway. So why did they bother remaking Ocarina of Time, the Ocarina of Time hookshot and bow, when Young Link can't use the Ocarina of Time hookshot or bow? It it just kind of felt like they didn't care. I mean, Young Link is just kind of felt like a sloppy inclusion just to say he was back in it, which sucks because I Young Link he's the protagonist of my two favorite games ever, right? Whatever. Maybe they'll fix it next game, but I don't know. See, I don't even. Great Fairy Sword, maybe. Honestly, I just want him to actually look consistent with his in game appearance. Okay, so they changed him because, you know, Adult Link. Okay, so they changed him to Brawl Link, but. Or to. Sorry. They changed regular Link to Breath of the Wild Link, but that, they didn't really have a problem with not having Ocarina of Time Link, because in Brawl and Smash 4, Link was based off of Twilight Princess. And they didn't have anybody representing Ocarina of Time in those games, apart from, I guess, maybe Sheik, but Sheik wasn't designed with her Ocarina of Time appearance, so that doesn't really count. Plus, in Ultimate, we did also get Ganondorf redesigned to be Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, which I'm perfectly fine with, because Ocarina of Time Ganondorf is a better villain than Twilight Princess Ganondorf. Um, See that I'm sure they wanted Ocarina of Time, but at the same time, you know, they could have done a mix of both. They could have kept his Kakiri sword and, you know, Deku shield and just given him the Majora's Mask and, hookshot and bow. That wouldn't. Plus, if they really wanted him to be designed like Ocarina of Time Young Link, then why did they give him the outfit that he only wears in Majora's Mask? Because he doesn't wear like those straps around his body in Ocarina of Time. He only wears those in Majora's Mask. Yeah, no, Young Link just kind of felt like an obligation. They added him out of obligation in Ultimate, which yeah, that's probably my biggest issue with the base roster. That and Crom. Anyway, uh, yeah, that'll be all for me today. Thank y'all for joining me. I definitely got enough footage. If I don't, I could probably just get more footage myself. But yeah, I'll get to working on that video. I think I'll be able to get it out by the end of the month. If not, just shortly into February. Thank you. See you around.